Let's reorganize a little bit. Come here. You go over there. You go over there. You go over here. And I guess that looks okay. Let's crack open a cold Red Bull. Say cold, 100% pouring it on ice. Alright, so we've got a modern challenge coming up tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central Time. So I was trying to figure out what I wanted to play in said modern challenge. And one of the options is, as always, 4-color Death Shadow. Whether or not it's better or worse than Grixis at the moment, we don't really have any definitive votes one way or the other. Both of them are very solid in their own right. Just kind of depends on what your goal is, what you're okay losing to. Um, for example, Grixis is always going to have the quicker clock on its nut draws. 4-color's always going to have a little more consistency. Few less games you lose because you just can't find a threat. But the ceiling of the deck is typically going to be a little bit lower. Um, so just things to consider whenever you're making your deck choice for a big premiere event weekend. But I wanted to give 4-color a shot today. There was recently a list that I'll pull up real quick that 5-0'd running Magmatic Channeler. And I wanted to take some inspiration from this list and see kind of what we could put together. Um, Obviously, this list is, who's it by? V. Not even going to try to say the last name, but you can check it out on MTG Goldfish. Little heavier on the red than I like to go post board. 2 copies of K Command and 3 copies of Cleansing Wildfire. I believe, yeah, there's a second red source in the main, the second Blood Crypt, to kind of accommodate that. Uh, I'm not running the second Blood Crypt, but I might swap out the breeding pool. Let's see, do I have a Foothills? I do. So I think I'm going to swap out the Foothills for the breeding pool for this league. Or, I guess we can just swap out for an extra Bloodstain Mire. Um, no, let's go with the Foothills. Grabs both the Blood Crypt and the breeding pool. It just doesn't grab the Watery Grave. But since we're cutting a Stubborn Denial to kind of make room for some of this, that should be okay. That list was running 19 lands. In place of the 19th land, I'm running a mainboard copy of Cling to Dust. Sideboard, as you can see, I'm not going to any red cards post board. I don't think K Command is particularly well positioned at the moment, so I'm deciding to forego that option, and I haven't been too impressed with Cleansing Wildfire. So this is kind of where we have ended up, or where we're at least going to start today checking out and see how it goes. So I'm going to say let's go ahead and jump into our first league. See what happens. So let's see, we got Modern Challenge tomorrow morning. Don't think I'm going to be able to do the preliminary this afternoon. That's in 9 hours. Who knows? Maybe. So 4-color Shadow. Join. The leagues appear to be pretty poppin' today. Seeing a aspiring spike on the front page of the leagues is really awesome. Uh, seeing as how he spends a lot of his time playing like under the radar decks, off tier decks, donation decks, things like that. Just kind of shows that you can have continued success with a lot of options in Modern, as long as you play tight and understand your role in the matchups. All right, what have we got for round one? Yep, pretty straightforward shadow hand. We've got interaction. We've got our threats. We're 3/4 of the way towards this delirium being active. So, I'm going to start with cycling a Street Wraith because I don't know what I want to get off of this Wooded Foothills yet. Abrupt Decay is not a bad pickup. So, since I can't get Watery Grave off of this, I think I'm just going to go ahead and get Blood Crypt. I could get... No, I can't get Breeding Pool because I need black mana. I could get Overgrown Tomb, but I've got green covered. So yeah, let's just get Blood Crypt. And we'll play out Tarmogoyf. And next turn we can Thoughtseize, traverse for a swamp if we need to. But this at least lets us get out on the board. Alright. Archmage's Charm, Abrupt Decay. Yeah, I think we're just going to take the Charm. Our opponent's missing some mana sources to be able to play Uro. Alright, so I'm going to pass the turn here. I'm not going to traverse for my swamp because if my opponent draws a green source and plays Uro, I might want to dismember the Uro with the trigger on the stack just to be able to get an instant in the yard. Alright, lets me get my shadow out. Now we'll see what our opponent decides to do. So dismembering there because dismember's not going to kill Uro anyway, and it lets us get an instant in the yard to be able to shadow or to traverse for whatever. We know our opponent has got Abrupt Decay in hand. So let's just get Luris. Prepare to do that next turn. pretty well expecting them to have some sort of like counterspell for Luris here. But it's kind of one of those situations where we can't win if we just sit here and do nothing. Because our opponent's got like Growth Spiral and things that they can cast. So if we just sit here and play the draw go game for a while, like our opponent is going to win. I'd always much rather play against like the Bant and Teamer Uro decks than play against Sultai. Just because Sultai gets access to like all these Fatal Pushes, Abrupt Decays, Archmage's Charms, things like that. That can make life pretty difficult. Now we're still in pretty deep trouble. Like we know our opponent has an Abrupt Decay. So we knew that Shadow wasn't staying around. So they're running Narset too. Duzin. Looks like I need to update the deck list. Let me do that real quick. Good catch. Let's get that deck list up to date. Alright, now let's try it. There we go. I got you. Alright, Soul Guides, Ashioks, Veils, all fantastic. Aether Gust is better here. Delay might be a necessity. Dismember's bad. Battle Rage is bad. Trim on Fatal Pushes. Probably just going to cut all my Fatal Pushes. I've got Abrupt Decay, and that also answers Narset. I kind of want to cut Channeler just because I don't want red mana post board. Like my opponent showed that last game, they're pretty willing to kind of aggressively target my red. So having that in could just be a liability. But the question is that more... Can I find something to cut that Channeler is better than? Because if I'm just getting like red mana early to cast like a one of Channeler, that's probably fine. Maybe do like that just to keep my threat count up. Or like that. Alright. Kind of keeping this one on the back of Thoughtseize into Ashiok. Or Thoughtseize into Shadow into Ashiok. Alright, so let's just take Cryptic. Definitely best card in hand. This hand doesn't really care about Nihil Spellbomb. Opponent even chooses not to play out the Spellbomb. No. You got a Spellbomb. Like I said, don't particularly care about this. Alright, so now we've got a choice to make. We could play out the Ashiok. Just tap down, play it all out. Or we could play out Tarmogoyf, holding up Stubborn Denial. And I think I like the Tarmogoyf play, actually. That way we just put like a big amount of pressure on our opponent. And then next turn we can play out the Ashiok with Stubborn Denial back up. So all in all, that was a pretty good draw there. Yep. That's not bad either. So let's think. Our opponent has instant in the yard that we don't have. So I don't want to play the Ashiok pre-combat because there's a decent chance that we just like play it, mill ourselves, our opponent gets rid of Cryptic Command, and then they could just pop the Spell Bomb and like take the Goyf out of the equation altogether. But now we have to decide if we want to play out the Ashiok and tap down off of both Veil and Stubborn Denial. And I think I'd rather just hold up Veil and Stub. It just kind of gives us another layer of interaction here. We're not worried about our opponent casting something like Supreme Verdict here. Archimedes Charm, steal our shadow. Let's veil that. Alright. On to game 3. So, luckily we got to win that game without having to show them Ashiok, which is really nice. I think I'm going to board out the Chandler on the draw for the hand disruption. Alright, game 3, Sultai Uro. Yeah. Quick Shadows, usually a good place to be. quick shadow. Alright, so what are you probably not drawing into? Don't veil me, please. I said don't veil me. Do not veil me. You gonna veil me again? You're not. Alright. Let's just go push, push. I was gonna say I really would have liked to see my opponent miss that land drop. Alright, so I'm gonna play Shadow here and not cast Thoughtseize so I can hold up delay if my opponent tries to escape this Uro here. Which I'm really hoping is what they go for. Because if I could delay the Uro, untap, Thoughtseize, like the Cryptic Command or something. Unfortunately, they get to leave like a push or a veil in the yard. Good draw. So let's just take this other Uro. Yeah. Give him one less draw in here. So our opponent's hand is Basic Forest, Cryptic Command, and now an Unknown. So really hoping their last card's not like a Fatal Push or an Abrupt Decay here. Don't even know what the modes are. Don't think it matters. Is it a Mana Leak? Growth Spiral, sure. Opponent is 2 cards off of getting this Uro back. So I would really like to see Ashiok or Lantern or just win. Sure. We'll take that as well. GG's opponent. So that was a a nice little win for our first match, especially against a not very good matchup. All right. Do we roll the dice and hope our opponent's on a creature deck? Why not? This is why we have sideboard games. This looks like a creature deck to me. I say as my opponent plays Mountain Pass. Could be Burn, could be Prowess. Dredge. No. Mono red Prowess with Haggle. That's definitely dying. I want to fix my colors. Like our opponent could be on something like Blood Moon. Hollow One. Top 10 things I didn't expect to see. Hollow One. Oh man, Modern's a wacky place. Alright, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and push this Steamkin. Hollow One. Well, just when you think you've seen it all. So Street Wraith puts creature in my yard, so now Traverse is live. Traverse is very live. Alright, so let's get a Blood Crypt. Traverse for a Shadow. Play out a Shadow, hold up Dismember. See what happens. So with Collective Brutality, we're kind of assuming it's not mono red Hollow One, even though they've seen 3 basic mountains. Cycle a Hollow One, you got it. So there's potential black mana. Cycle second Hollow One, sure. If opponent attacks, they're dead. So yeah, we're going to take this 3. They're going to go to end their turn. We're going to dismember this. Go down to 4. Shadow becomes a 9/9. Untap, battle rage it for 18. And that will be lethal. Alright. Game 2. Hollow One. So, we didn't see like Flame Wake Phoenix, which doesn't mean they're not playing it. Just means that like I'm a little less wanting to bring in something like Soul Guide Lantern if I didn't see a Soul Guide Lantern target. But these other pieces like Aether Gust, Assassin's Trophy, Blood Chief's Thirst, I think are pretty easy bring-ins. Can board out some Inquisitions. They don't hit They don't hit actual Hollow One, and between things like Burning Inquiry and um, Goblin Lore, it's a little bit difficult to predict what your opponent's hand is going to be a couple turns in advance. And let's just board out some of these Street Wraiths because they're a little more on the aggressive spectrum. And yeah, go like this. When's the last time anybody played against Hollow One? Because it has been a minute for me. Say a minute, like a whole bunch of minutes. Alright, so we were on a one-lander, but this hand does have creature, land, instant, sorcery, so we can turn on Traverse. We basically got a threat active, so I think I'm going to roll with it. Yep. Arclight Phoenix. That is good to know about. Unearth cannot hit Arclight Phoenix. Grape Shot. Oh man, opponent. So they don't have black mana for this Cling to Dust at the moment. I really don't want to take a Grape Shot. It's either Cling or Unearth. I think it's going to be Cling because I don't want my opponent just like drawing into Black Source and being able to string together a couple spells here. Like, I'm not in love with it, but it's kind of best available. Hollow One lost a lot with Faithless Looting being banned. Yes, Hollow One lost a ton with Faithless Looting being banned. And anybody that tells you otherwise is smoking something. Alright, just going to play Forest Tarmogoyf. You never know if your opponent's got like Blood Moon in their deck, and if they top deck it here, I don't really want to just be staring at cards that don't do anything. Pedro, Yo-Yo, testing Chandler again. Yes, am testing Chandler again. There's a 5-0 list that just 5-0'd like yesterday or the day before with Chandler, so I figured I would see what it looked like. Goblin Lore action, sure. So here's the Tarmogoyf attacking in. And I think I'm just going to hold up stub and say go. We could like traverse for a fetch land and play Shadow next turn. That's probably not the worst. I'm not really afraid of like wrath effects out of my opponent's deck. So we could traverse for a fetch land, play Shadow, hold up stub, and Fatal Push. It's got sorcery, instant, creature, land. So I can't put anything new in the graveyard. So these Tarmogoyfs aren't going to grow. For a second, that breeding pool looked like an Uro. So I have thought about trying out an Uro in 4-color. Kind of as a really good target against like mid-range decks. Alright, so I'm making sure we've got what we want to search for. Watery Grave, Blood Crypt are both still in the deck, so let's just get Polluted Delta, play out Shadow, say go. But yeah, like a one of Uro, I don't think would be the worst. Like, yeah, it's got awkward synergy with Death Shadow, but the matchups where Uro would be really good would be matchups that Shadow doesn't really shine against things like Jund and the Mirror Match, any control heavy deck. Plus, Uro turns on Stubborn Denial. And it's also a matchup where, or Uro's going to be good in matchups where you don't want Teamer Battle Rage. So, opponent could be going for an Arclight Phoenix turn here. But I've got Fatal Push to cover Arclight Phoenix. Underworld Breach. Sure. Because if you don't cast something that kills me here, I'm going to kill you. Alright, so let's think about this. This is Burning Inquiry plus Fatal Push, so they've only played 2 instants or sorceries. So Arclight's currently not triggering. They played land for the turn. Yeah, they played land for the turn. So unless they have like Gut Shot, they're not getting back Arclight Phoenix. So if I fetch and shock and Fatal Push the Flameblade Adept, they have to have a second Arclight Phoenix get discarded and double Gut Shot out of hand to kill us. So, what are the odds? Let's see if you got it, opponent. They do have second Arclight Phoenix in the yard. Are their last 2 cards in hand double Gut Shot? Oh, man. Underworld Breach. I don't know what opponent's doing either, but I am appreciative of what they attempted to accomplish here. Ramo coming in with 12,000 points for the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. What does that put us up to? 135,000 out of 200,000 points. Nice. And I got to remember to go like extend that time frame. So. Oh man. Red, black, hollow one, Arclight, Underworld Breach. Ooh. They combo with Breach, Runaway and Burning. Oh, Runaway Steamkin, Burning Inquiry. So let's see. They play Runaway Steamkin, play Burning Inquiry, draw, discard. They can use any cards they discard to fuel the next Burning Inquiry. So they can make, or they can't go infinite off of that, but if they have extra cards in their deck, they can get back all of their Arclight Phoenixes, right? Or if they have extra cards in their graveyard, they can get back all their Arclight Phoenixes. And if they have like a Flameblade Adept or something out, they can just hit you with a really, really big Adept. Is that accurate to some extent? Because like you would be able to play 3 what's it called? 3 Burning Inquiries off of a Steamkin, which would refill itself, but it wouldn't net you mana, so you're just able to recast Burning Inquiry. And as long as you have like 4 cards in your graveyard, you can leave your Arclight Phoenixes in there as you hit them. I mean, yeah. Certainly sweet, if not good. It is sweet. Does cast Hollow One for free. Gives a good top deck to try to go off against a strategy that loses cards in hand, or just cast Grape Shot. I was wondering where the Grape Shot was coming into play here, but... Alright, so Agadim could be Oops All Spells. It could be like a shadow deck, like a Scourge of the Skyclaves deck. Assume this is going to be a Mana Rock, which I'm going to gladly take the opportunity to Stubborn Denial. Because, hey, this Stubborn Denial is not doing much else, right? So if they just have the win, like if they have the pieces that they need to kill us, there's really nothing that we can do about it. So we kind of have to play with the expectation that they don't. And if they don't, then our best line is to try to rip like a fetch land for a Battle Rage off the top and have lethal. So have to assume this includes, they don't have the Spirit Guide. Unless they do and they're responding. They do not. Oh man. Fetch land. Oh, does this... No, this gives me Delirium. So this is lethal. Then Traverse for a... whatever that gets Blood Crypt. Oh. Stole that game. Stole that game hard. They had the spy, they just missed the 4th mana source. Whew. Let's see. What I missed? Why not play Tarmo? Because I needed to play the Dismember on my Shadow. And I couldn't play out both Tarmogoyf and Dismember. If I played the Tarmogoyf and didn't Dismember, I'd have to Dismember one of my creatures on my turn, and I'm giving up mana plus my ability to redraw off the peat land to try to find the fetch to cast Battle Rage, and I can't afford to give up all of that. Let's see. Yeah, I expected them to have Simian Spirit Guide there, so the fact that they didn't was extremely surprising. Oh yeah, I always forget about Dismember as a pump spell. It's like the best mode on Dismember, right? 1 mana +4/+4 on your next turn. Alright, so Dismember is not great. Pushes are not great. Just because my opponent's Balustrade Spy died to a Dismember that game doesn't mean that that's a plan I want to rely on by any means. That was sort of a glitch in the matrix, so to speak. Like, none of these cards are particularly good, so. Mutagenic who? I mean, our mutagenic kills things, so. Alright, so I'm keeping this because of delay for the most part. It's like one of our best pieces of interaction in the matchup. Our opponent mulled to 6 and didn't have a ley line, so that's really big for us. Means that we do get to fire off our hand disruption kind of unimpeded here. Double Nature's Claim. So we could take the Turn Timber Symbiosis and then Assassin's Trophy our opponent's Agademe and cut them off of mana. The downside is if they draw a land next turn, they could just Spirit Guide out the Undercity Informer. But I guess if they do that, we have Assassin's Trophy for the Informer. So yeah, let's take the Symbiosis and say go. Plan on trophying the Agademe. Especially if they miss a land drop like this. Nice. Alright, so I've got plenty of ways to lower or to make my shadow bigger as the game goes. So I just kind of want to get some of the fluff thinned out of my deck here. Alright, 3-0. Before the next match, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. Alright, decided to refill water as well. Stay hydrated. Sidewell, nice 3-0. Yep. Off to a decent start. We'll see how it goes from here. We beat Red Black Hollow one, Sultai Uro, and then that last match was Oops All Spells. So pretty decent start to the league. Obviously, with most leagues, it doesn't really matter if you don't get the 5-0. So, dang, dang, Bant Ephemerate Control. Uh, oh man, we are always running into Spike. I wonder if he or his chat are saying anything about this rematch here. Hmm. Fairy Time Reveler off the top. Not the greatest hand. I think we're going to take the Skyclave Apparition because we can potentially Stubborn Denial the, what's it called? The Path to Exile. We do need a second land for basically anything to go the way it should. Don't force this. Don't force this. Dang it. Don't have a blue source. Alright, technically. Oh, mono stubs. We can't do anything with them. Rough. So we're pretty dead here. If we find our second land, we can at least Abrupt Decay this to Fairy, which would be something. Like, maybe that would be enough to help get us back into this. Very unlikely, but... Alright, actually I think we're just going to scoop this one. It's like we're so far behind on lands. He's got Teferi in the yard. And I know I'm going to catch flack for this Ashiok. If anybody goes back and forth between my channel and Spike's, I was watching him before I started streaming today. And so, yes, I did hear his admission this morning that Ashiok isn't that bad against him. So, haha. Moral victory. I don't think Veil's that good. Like, the way that we have to win this matchup is disruption, into quick clock. So I kind of want to take out any variables that I can here. Things that don't quite line up with that game plan. Hmm. We'll YOLO it. Depending on what he does, I'm probably going to end up like cling to dusting my own Verdant Catacombs. Because I just need to see more action. I always love drawing like the one of Fatal Push you leave in the deck or something like that. Alright. No Ice Fang Coatl is nice. Never mind. Alright. So I want to dismember on his turn. Because I don't want to give him a free, what's it called? Uh, Free Force of Negation. But if he like goes to Ephemerate on his turn, I can delay it. So we're just taking Path. Yeah. So there's Temple Garden. So this is Ewit to get back Path. We're just going to hope that he doesn't have an answer for this delay. If he drew another Path, he drew another Path. Ha 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 ha! On to game 3. For all of the metaphorical marbles. Do I want to change anything up? It's basically asking, like, is the Magmatic Channeler better than something like Fatal Push? Would Assassin's Trophy be better than Fatal Push? Like, Trophy at least deals with, like, Uro. Or not Uro, Teferi. Do I need to be keeping in Battle Rage just to get, like, the oops I win? Or oops I stumbled into it win? Let's see. Plague Engineer, not worth it. It's hit or miss. Like, It's good against like Ice Fang Coatl and Eternal Witness, but you have to name something proactively. If you name something reactively, they've probably already gotten value out of it. Um, and so it can be a card that's just dead. Like if you play it out and name Snake, and they're just sitting there with like double E Witness and a Path to Exile, you're completely screwed. But if you play it out proactively and name Human, then they could flash in a Coatl, and that hurts you pretty roughly. So something like Fatal Push is a little more, you know what you're going to get with it. So this hand doesn't have hand disruption, doesn't have a clock. Yeah, like snakes can be a problem. Um, you do have to kind of plan out your turns kind of carefully. All right, so my issue with this hand is it deals with, say, uh, Teferi, Uro, Eternal Witness. It doesn't deal with Skyclave Apparition at all, and I don't have a threat, so I think I have to ship it. Like, I think I have to have a hand that does something kind of proactive. This is kind of same situation. Like, I've got a threat, but I'm not getting it out aggressively. I can't use any of these counter spells. Alright, this is the best we've seen. So let's get rid of Luris and... Inquisition or Delay. Probably Delay. Really don't want to mulligan a lot against this deck, but sometimes there's not a lot you can do about it. Ice Fang, Ewit, Ephemerate. Let's get rid of the Ice Fang Coatl. Alright. Thoughtseize plus Shadow. It's like if I play the Tarmogoyf, he untaps, plays Ewit, gets back Coatl, and then I can't stop both Ephemerate and Coatl. But if I Thoughtseize, get the Ewit out of hand, play out the Shadow, then he's got Ephemerate, Cryptic Command, neither of which do anything proactive. Can Cryptic Command now because of Mystic Gate. Which looks like the plan here. Alright. Three lands and an unknown. Like, if you got a path, you got a path. Revenge! Revenge! Oh, man. On that note, see if Spike says anything. All right. He said GG's, and yeah, I knew y'all couldn't hear Spike's stream. I was gonna say if he said anything. He said GG's, and he said, we mulled to 5 like on our side, so it was hard to feel bad for him drawing so many lands. Or it should be hard for us to feel bad for him drawing a bunch of lands since we mulled to 5. But we had like a pretty good 5. But either way, GG's for sure. If y'all don't follow Spike, I would highly advise you do so. He's a really fantastic player. Plays a whole bunch of different archetypes in Modern. Plays every day of the week. Big shout outs. GM Jax missed the Spike match. Presume it didn't go great. Presume it didn't go great. What you talking about? Shouldn't have gone great. Game 3, he drew like 6 lands and 6 draw steps or something like that. And we were able to get the win. But it was a good match. Good match. So yeah, we've got our threats. We can get a basic swamp off of Traverse if we need to. Like, we're gonna Street Wraith first to see if we even need to look for a basic swamp. Oh, shut up. Nah. I just thought it was funny because after the challenge match we had against Spike in the top 8, he absolutely destroyed us. So if somebody had told me that we won that one, I'd be shocked too. Like, he hit too many lands that game, but I saw a match earlier with him where he had like 6, 7 draw steps and didn't hit a land. So it's definitely a very hit or miss thing. Alright, let's play out Tarmogoyf, get on the board. Looks like we're up against Spirits. Historically, not a great matchup for us. Maybe I should have gotten a Blood Crypt and played out this Magmatic Channeler. Mainly because that would allow us to pitch away like this Inquisition for something live. Show me a Rattle Chains. But yeah, he had a match earlier where he had 3 lands in his opener, and I think he saw like 5 or 6 draws and never saw a 4th land. Alright, so let's just take Skyclave Apparition. Get our Blood Crypt. Now the question is, are we playing Channeler or are we playing Shadow? And I think I actually want to play Channeler here. The reason being, I've got this Stubborn Denial in hand that's doing literal nothing against their deck. So I would kind of like to get on the front foot about getting rid of this into more action. Like ditching the Stubborn Denial grows the Tarmogoyf. It lets me trade it in for something real. Alright, so let's discard Stubborn Denial. Yeah. So this is kind of what we meant with Magmatic Chandler. Like, we get to cast this card, and now they've got to decide if they want to Spell Queller it, which they do, and that means we get to resolve something else. So we just turned like a dead Stubborn Denial into forcing them to make an action. I'd say that's pretty good for us. So let's play out Shadow, and we'll play out this Delta. Are we playing out the Delta? Yeah. If I draw something like a dead card next turn, then I probably want to activate Channeler again. So their hand is Spell Queller and a couple unknowns. Really? Not an attack I expected there. Alright. So we could pitch the Luris to the Channeler and try to draw like removal or hand disruption, which can force the action on this Spell Queller and potentially give us a Battle Rage for lethal. That being said, if we resolve the Battle Rage, then the Magmatic Channeler becomes a 4/4. And they're dead to known information. I think we're pitching the Luris here. I know how odd that sounds, but the Luris isn't doing a ton for us right there, and it's going to be next turn before it even gets to like attack or anything. And this is good. So with the Mausoleum Wanderer trigger on the stack, we want to Battle Rage. And if our opponent has exactly a Path to Exile as one of their two unknown cards, then so be it. Like, they're representing having Path to Exile. Yes, I will pay one. I guess technically if they do, we're not dead on the crackback. Or yeah, we are. No. Alright. Magmatic Channeler looked pretty good that game. Not gonna lie. Blood Chief's Thirst, Plague Engineer, Trophy. Veil of Summer does nothing, right? Like, Spell Queller doesn't counter, it exiles the spell on the stack. So, Veil doesn't do anything against Spell Queller, and the only other things would be like that spirit that you tap spirits to tap something. But that's not good. Right, Veil literally does nothing against Spell Queller. So it's not even an avenue we really want to entertain. It looks like they're straight blue-white spirits instead of like Bant. So Stubborn Denial, I think, has a little bit less application here. Because with Bant, you expect like Path to Exile and Collected Company, plus like Aether Vial. With blue-white, you're less likely to run into all of those. Battle Rage is pretty bad in the face of Path. So, yeah, let's just cut. Or I guess I like a stub better than I like Cling. Well, no, what's that land? Moorland Haunt? So maybe Cling's better than stub. Street Wraiths. Is the first stub better than a Street Wraith? So, alright. I get the argument behind like immediately just snap cut all stubborn denial. But you do have to think about cards that Spirits has historically played that would be good against us. Rest in Peace, Worship, Path to Exile, Aether Vial, and there gets to a critical number of these kind of spells that makes it worth at least considering Stubborn Denial. Winds of Abandon is a good one. So I do think I like having like a Miser's stub in the deck. You don't have to go overboard and keep all of your stubs in, but I think one has a good bit of value. Celestial Purge, that's a good one. So I'm not saying that it's wrong to cut Stubborn Denial. And I agree. I do like Decay and Assassin's Trophy more than Stubborn Denial. But I think that Stubborn Denial has a decent bit of value and shouldn't just be automatically discluded because it says non-creature spell against the creature-heavy deck. That's all I'm saying. Is we at least need to give it its respect. So yeah, we're keeping this. Oh. But I do agree with you completely. Decay and Assassin's Trophy are both hands down better against the deck. So we're 100% on the same page with that one. Alright. We're just going Tarmogoyf Beats. If we're going Tarmogoyf Beats, then I want to get rid of the Lurrus. Like, obviously it pairs well with the Bauble, but it means that I have to draw a third land, and I would rather draw more action spells than the third land. So, for those reasons, I'm discarding it. Another Mishra's Bauble, sure. Lurrus is a little slow, but it's a matchup where if we're assuming the control role anyway, then Lurrus is pretty good for just being able to kind of grind out the game a bit. Alright, Abrupt Decay. Alright. Gonna draw into this Abrupt Decay. I might end up Fatal Pushing this Mausoleum Wanderer. Like, I've got the Abrupt Decay, so I can answer... I can answer any spirit I want to. Like, not having to worry about Mausoleum Wanderer. I guess I do have to take, like, Rattle Chains into consideration here. So let's just go for Inquisition plus potential Fatal Push. So no Rattle Chains is nice. Alright, so I'm assuming that my opponent is going to cast this Drog Skull pre-combat. And it doesn't really matter. Is this not drugs? Alright. It doesn't really matter if I try to kill this before attacks, during combat, whatever. So I'm going to aim at the Drog Skull. I know that they can sacrifice the Mausoleum Wanderer to stop my push. But if that's the line that they choose to take, like, I'm pretty okay with that. Because I still just have Abrupt Decay. And if they choose not to, then I just get to take out the Drog Skull. Alright, so I'm decaying this now. Am I decaying this now? Like, not seeing the third land in these first couple draws has been pretty rough. I can Thoughtseize away the Skyclave Apparition. But then I'm for sure taking another hit off this Wanderer. Yeah, I'm decaying this now because if they don't have another threat, they might have to proactively play out the Skyclave Apparition. Like, I could seize, but I'm just doing nothing else with my mana. Whereas if I see a third land next turn, I can double spell. I can't play out the Tarmogoyf because of the Skyclave Apparition. I don't want them to play out the Apparition, get to hit me for 2 with the Wanderer. Luckily, they can't activate this Moorland Haunt off of Cavern of Souls. Third land. Not a third land. So this looks like a pretty straightforward Thoughtseize, Cling to Dust turn. So this targets... No, this is just exile a creature card. So you exile as part of the cost, so you can't target something. But I wanted to play the Abrupt Decay on my turn to play around like Rattle Chains on their turn. Since they did have a couple of unknowns. Yeah, let's just get rid of one of these. don't believe we're winning this race. Fairly positive we're not winning this race. We are definitely not winning this race. I think they actually should have held on to that rattle chains because we couldn't beat the Drogskull captain head up in the race. They were going to get the first attack, and we were both on 4-turn clocks. Uh, ultimately, I don't think it matters a ton. But since they were winning that race and we had to deal with their threat first, they could have gotten a lot of value off that rattle chains. Alright. So, cutting the stub here because we didn't see anything that stub would have been particularly good against. We'll just bring in one Oops I Win spell. If we had seen something that Stubborn Denial would have been good against, then I think leaving in the stub would have been fine. Another one of these double Tarmogoyf hands, but this one on the play is significantly better than our last one. So let's see how this goes. His opponent mulliganing. They did. Mulled to 6. It's a good note for us. So I'm just going to get a basic swamp here. Well, I guess we do have no. Even if I draw a Magmatic Channeler, I'm not playing it out in the next 3, possibly 4 turns. Speak of the rest in peace, devil. Since I'm not playing it out for the next 3 or 4 turns, I don't really want to go too overboard with worrying about it. Yep. So just going to play out a Tarmogoyf here. Next turn, I'll start with cycling a Street Wraith. Because if I draw into something like Inquisition or Thoughtseize, I might want to take the Skyclave Apparition more than play out the second Tarmogoyf. But we will see. Yep. So I could Cling to Dust first. Or I could Blood Chief's Thirst. I think I want to Cling. Do I want to Cling? I could kick the Blood Chief's Thirst next turn to try to take out the Skyclave Apparition, but he's got the Mausoleum Wanderer. So that's less likely to work. So I think I'm just going to cling this turn. Plan on playing out this second Tarmogoyf. Well, I wanted to cling before I attacked because that cling did grow Tarmogoyf. And I have to assume this turn's pretty straightforward, like Skyclave Apparition of Tarmogoyf, attack for 2. Yep. Alright, so let's get that out. And I think I need to go ahead and trophy this. Because if I wait, my opponent gets access to things like rattle chains. And this means that I have a lethal attack on board if my opponent doesn't do anything. Now I have access to Cling to Dust if I want it. We know their hand is Flooded Strand, 3 unknowns. Fiery Islet's interesting. This could be like Drog Skull Captain. Yep. S-Bins, Redeemed Hydrate. Gotcha. Path my Tarmogoyf on my upkeep. Is there anything I can draw here? I took out the one stub. Or is path on my draw step? Yep. Alright. Most controversial denial ever. No Skyclave, please. So we do not know any cards in their hand now. So that gets rid of our Cling to Dust. So they're putting themselves dead to removal spell. Rough. Will you be there tonight? I should be. Should be. They put themselves dead to removal spell, and we can't deliver. Dang. Losing the 5-0 game 3 to Spirits. Which I want to say, yeah, we saw double Rest in Peace, Path to Exile, all of which, Stubborn and Owl would have been pretty good against. Mutavault has hexproof, yes, but they're forced to chump block, and the what's it called, Drogskull Captain does not have hexproof. Wart. Oh man. Are we gonna get like 5 really bad pity chests? Is this the put a 1/1 counter on a colorless thing that entered? Hey! Is it time to upgrade our battle rages? I honestly didn't even know that they'd made a full art battle rage. But I believe it's time to upgrade our battle rages if that's the case. Yortiller, part of the Nephilim cycle. Alright, let's go get a new battle rage. Yeah, I didn't even know those existed. Let's see. So that is kind of funny. Like, we lose our 5-0 to a deck that hasn't been a thing in a while. After beating Sultai Uro and Bant Ephemerate Control. So. No, why don't you have any bots? We require your promo teamer battle rages. They showed up late in the spoilers. Oh yeah, we beat Aspiring Spike on Bant Ephemerate Control. Like, we got our grudge match and took it home. Oh. Then we went over to his chat and said GG's. Because it was really good games. I don't know if he remembered me or not, but I went over to his chat and I said, like, GG's. He drew a bunch of lands game 3, so we kind of outgassed him. I said something like, GG's. Unfortunate about all the land draws. Finally feel like I got my revenge for the challenge top 8. And he kind of laughed and said GG's. And like, we had mulled to 5 that game. So he mentioned that, like, oh, you mulled to 5, so you shouldn't feel bad. And it's like, well, still feel kind of bad. Oh, come on. We need to find these promo battle rages. Alright, who's going to have these things? I don't know, like, any bots anymore. I don't want to sell stuff. I want to buy stuff. Who's got the hookup on a good bot? So I'm just going to, like, scroll through here until I see one. Isn't there a goat bot? Isn't that a thing? Yeah. I think they have a lot of stuff. We need these battle rages. We need them. We need them. Yes. No, except I don't want to get rid of all this stuff. So I guess I have to make sure my ticks are in my For trade. I want to keep my stuff. I just want your stuff. No take mine. Yes, give yours. This is easy. Unless some of this stuff I don't care about. Rights of Flourishing. Yeah, you can have all this stuff. Tendo Ice Bridge. Alright, how much is the Battle Rage? 0.24. Heck yes. Are there any other promos I don't know about? Did they do like a promo Death Shadow or something? I feel like I gotta double check now. Nope. Submit. Confirm. Oh baby. Oh baby. But yeah, like we win 2 of our toughest matchups in Modern that league and then lose to Teamer Battle Rage. Boom. Gotta swap them out in all of our decks now. Teamer Battle Rage. Alright. Next league. You want to just run 4 color again? I think we do, right? Is there anything we want to change out? Veil, I keep going back and forth on. Like, I'll put it in my deck list, and I'll just be upset that it's in there. Because it sees, like, no value for us over the course of any given league, since everything's running Path to Exile, Skyclave Apparition. So let's try... you. Are we trying you? I don't know. Are we trying you? I kind of want to play old school Shadow. What do we think about that? Is this one people would be more interested in seeing? Keep forgetting, like, the entire purpose of playing some of these cards was because this is 2017 Shadow. I want to cast some Serum Visions. Alright. Yeah, let's play some 2017 Grixis. See what happens. But that was a pretty good good showing from the 4-color list. We only saw Magmatic Chandler in 1 game, but the game that we did see it performed pretty well. I was so sure we were going to get paired against Aspiring Spike again. I would love to play first. So for those of you who have not seen the oh, that's so pretty. For those of you who have not seen the 2017 list, the idea behind it is we're playing some more things like Serum Visions to help smooth out our draws, help increase the odds of us finding a threat early. Giganta. So Giganta could mean humans. It could mean Tron. I've seen some mono red lists with Giganta. Um, yeah, Storm. So let's bottom of Battle Rage. And here I know that I'm looking for hand disruption, but because I can't get and play hand disruption on turn 1, I'm going to plan on holding up Stubborn Denial. It would be really good against Tron, pretty good against like humans with a turn 1 Aether Vial. But like turn 2, I'd be able to Serum Visions, and if I scry into Hand Disruption, I could Street Wraith to draw into it. So I don't need to cast or use that interaction turn 1. And Stubborn Owl would lose a lot of its value after that point. So, but like here, since I don't need to draw the Hand Disruption, I'm aggressively looking for ways to get Gurmag Angler online. So let's Serum, because if I draw into like a Street Wraith or a Mishra's Bauble, we're not running Bauble. If I draw into a Street Wraith, I could play out Gurmag Angler this turn. So close. So we will draw into Street Wraith though. Sylvan Scrying, Chromatic Sphere. We just taking Sphere here. Like Sphere creates the green mana and gives them a redraw. So I think I'd rather take it. That means that unless they draw green mana, Sylvan Scrying's a dead card in hand. Why do I say anything? Why do I talk? Unless they draw green mana, Sylvan Scrying's a dead card in hand. Draw basic forest. Got it. Giganta in hand, sure. Alright, life total doesn't really matter here, so I just want to make my situation a little bit better if I draw into a shadow. So, what am I countering? What am I letting resolve? Sure. Guess my opponent is digging for a worm coil engine. Giganta. Okay. Nope. So they have enough mana to do basically everything next turn, right? No, they don't. So 12 is the magic number where they can Karn and Ugin. I'm really surprised they made that block there. So kind of have to stub this. Because if I let it resolve, he could just get like a worm coil engine or a walking ballista or something like that that I can't really answer. Opponent got Sanctum of Ugin, which means they can Ugin, crack Sanctum. They drew Ulamog. Or no, this is Ugin. Okay. So yeah, you can crack Sanctum. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get Ulamog, sure. Which means we need to draw into Battle Rage or Thoughtseize. Or the Lightning Bolt that's not in the deck. It's not the Lightning Bolt that's not in the deck. Hey, what deck beats the 4-color Uro decks? I'm having a really hard time against them. With no ban in sight, Modern has been really stale and frustrating for me. Thoughts? Um, Tough question. What deck beats the 4-color Uro decks? I think if there were a deck that did it consistently, then we wouldn't have to deal with 4-color Uro being like, why are you late? With 4-color Uro being the top of the meta. That being said, decks to beat the 4-color Uro deck, I think a lot of the faster combo decks are pretty good against it, like Oops All Spells, um, Charbelcher, things like that. Prowess isn't the worst. It's not great, but it's not the worst. It kind of depends on how heavily the Uro deck sideboards for it. Um, yeah, Heliod seems to be pretty good against it. Apparently, Elves. I wouldn't have guessed Elves, but makes sense. Like the go wide deck against the 1-for-1 removal deck. Just hope they don't see Verdict, and if they do, or if they do, Company. Um, yeah, I think Devoted Devastation goes in that group. I think Heliod's a little bit better than Devoted Devastation. Um, all right, what are we up against? Tron. Yeah. Got triple Colligan's Command post board. Is that too many Colligan's Commands? Surely not, right? If we're on the game plan of just grind them out of resources anyway. Lies. I mean, all right. So when I think of Freed, fair enough. Got to update the title. We did play a four color last round. Went 4-0 or 4-1. Lost our 5-0. Game 3, match 5 against Spirits. Because we were just a removal spell short. But yeah, with Devoted Devastation, I would assume your matchup's a little bit worse because you're kind of reliant on things like Devoted Druid Living, and that's pretty rough with Path to Exile. But with the Heliod deck, like if you can assemble Infinite Life, which they can't really interact well with Heliod, then they can't win. I don't think they can win through that in a paper tournament. I mean, in an online tournament, anything. All right, so we're gonna fetch and shock first. Get a land out of our deck. Jace the Mind Sculptor, sure, but if you're sitting there unable or able to not have to worry about anything, then like I'm hoping you can put together enough pressure to kill Jace. Hey, those are pretty good ones to draw into. Crucible of Worlds. Okay. Anyway, I'm a jam Storm and call it a day. Storm's probably fine too. I swear I just took one of you. Gotta love take the green producing piece. They draw the green producing piece. Let's get rid of Thought Scour because I might want to snap Inquisition next turn. Who knows? May take a Crucible of Worlds. Freed, you gotta stop calling me out on all this. Like, I get it. I haven't updated, like, anything today. Alright, well, nothing's changing before combat, so let's do that. That would have been good a minute ago. Quality stream about that. Did they just naturally draw the third Tron land? So their draws have been uh, second star after we take a star. Um, what do they get off? Ancient Stirrings into Wormcoil Engine. Or draw the expedition map off of that star. Natural Tron. And 4 draw steps. That's pretty good. OP is in fact good. I don't care about the Crucible. So we'll take the map. But how are we attacking this worm coil? Like, I want to use this K command to get back my shadow. So we can shoot Worm Coil, get back Shadow. Watch them ripping Ballista. I mean, if they do, they do. Looks like they drew Forest. They're putting Gigantha in hand. Okay. So their hand is Crucible, Blast Zone. We could, I guess we're just waiting with Snapcaster to like snap Thought Scour. Another tower, sure. Yep. God, those are some good draws. Alright. There are games of Magic that you have to accept that a higher power predetermined you are not going to win. That was one of those games. I don't know why whoever's god they prayed to decided to bless them with a game of Magic, but if that's where your good karma is going, power to you. Pretty sure this is a mole. Like if Fatal Push isn't good, this hand's basically dead. This is better. So keep and bottom opt. So we can turn 1 Inquisition. Turn 2 we get 3 looks at a land. And if we hit one, we can Street Wraith into it. We get our draw step, draw of Serum Visions, 2 Scries. So essentially 5 looks at a land, draw step, draw of Serum, 2 Scries, and then the next card after that if we bottom both the Scries with Street Wraith. So I like my odds in 5 looks for a land. We'll see how bad I get punished for that decision. Well, so far so good. So let's Serum Visions. Not bad. So the awkwardness of drawing Steam Vents here means that we can't play out a Shadow this turn if we want to draw the second Shadow. Because let's say we put the Shadow on top and Street Wraith into it. We don't have black mana. We can't cast Shadow. Um, if we put the Scalding Tarn on top and Street Wraith into it, we can play Shadow. But I think I would rather go for the double Shadow next turn. So I'm going to say top, shock in Steam Vents, and say go. This also means if my opponent plays like a second copy of Amulet of Vigor here, I get to interact with it, which is pretty nice. Alright, so let's draw into our second Shadow. Go get Watery Grave, it's fine. Play out Shadow. Hope we're not dead. If our opponent drew like Green Source plus Dryad in their 3 draw steps, then we could have ourselves a game. Could actually be dead if that happens, because we don't have a way to interact with any of it. Spruce04, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic, was it Friday afternoon, morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out with us for a bit today. Alright, so Opt isn't bad. Gives us a couple looks at like a fetch land here. And the answer is we just really want to kill them before these titans become an issue. So we're looking for Street Wraith, Thoughtseize, Fetch Land, Shock Land. Battle Rage is not it. But that is. And now they've got to have a way to deal with our shadows. If they have Azusa land. That's not Azusa land. Alright. Now we know they have a bounce land. So they're dead to fetch land. They're not dead to that. Does mean that they get to play a Titan next turn, make a couple zombies. We get to Fatal Push a zombie, force them to chump block with the Titan, and see where things go from there. So let's see. Yep. Go up to 4, cast a Titan. Go and get 2 lands that have names that are not currently on the battlefield. What do we got? What do we got? Could be like Teleria West, another bounce land, so maybe they can transmute for a uh, God, engineered explosives. Called it. They have already played their land for turn. So we're putting them dead to second copy of a removal spell, Battle Rage. Hmm. So the downside of Street Wraith here, or I guess we're just dead to Dryad of the Elysian Grove anyway. Because if they have Dryad, they go bounce land, whatever, kill us with Valakut. So no point in holding on to that Street Wraith. But we managed to take that one. So Ashiok's great. Mana Leak, Aether Gust are okay. K Command is an option, but it's not fantastic. Snapcaster is a little underwhelming. Can board out a little bit of this 1-for-1 removal. Do something like this. If you see a bunch of like Relic of Progenitus, you can board out a Gurmag Angler. On the draw, Stubborn Denial is a little bit worse. What do I want on the draw instead of Stub? Guess go for the third. It's okay. It's not great. Hey man, good to see you online. How are you doing? So far, so good. We 4-1 the first league with 4-color Shadow. We're currently 0-1 to some nutty Tron draws with Grixis, but kind of trying to decide what we want to play for the challenge tomorrow. So I figured I would give Grixis its fair shot today. But at the moment, the edge is leaning towards 4-color. Tribe Scout. Which 4-color list? Yeah, Shadow, Goyf, Traverse, and Stub, and then we were running a one of Magmatic Channeler. Good draws are good. So this league, we're playing Grixis. Because like we did well with the 4-color league. I wanted to play a league with Grixis to see how it went so we could make an informed decision for tomorrow. Alright, so I'm going to lead on Thought Scour because if I draw into Gurmag Angler, I'd rather go ahead and cast that. We'll cast a Thoughtseize because being able to take a Dryad would be pretty nice. Primal Command. This man is playing Primal Command. Target player gains 7 life. Pretty good against Shadow. Put target non-creature permanent on top of its owner's library. Okay. Target player shuffles their graveyard into their library. You got it. Search your library for a creature card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. These are magic cards you are allowed to cast. Ashiok. Ashiok's not the worst, but it's not great. Really need to find a threat. But did our opponent find a Titan? It appears that they have. That's pretty rough for us. It could be worse. We do get to opt for a threat end of turn here. Or no, we can't opt because we can get basic island. Or no, they get to attack with the Titan too, so never mind. Shouldn't have tapped down off of Aether Gust. On the play, Stubbs a little bit better. Not by a long margin. But being able to interact with the turn 1 amulet can really put them behind. Alright. We'll go Mire Pass, hold up Stub. Because if they play an amulet, we want to interact with it. If they play a Tribe Scout, then we do still get to Thought Scour ourselves and look for some interaction. So either way they go, we do have some sort of plan. We just don't want to Inquisition them and see Tribe Scout and Amulet, and we can't interact with both of them. What did you think of the Grixis Shadow list from Ricardo with Sprite? So we tried it on stream earlier in the week, and I thought it was okay. Didn't really have any problems with it. I don't know if I would say it was quite my cup of tea, but it was a solid deck. Alright, what's our game plan here? Ashiok can shut off these Summoners packs. So maybe I just want to take EE so that I know the Shadow can resolve. So I think I'm going to do that. And then this next turn I'll just play Ashiok. just start ticking away on them. If we draw like a Gurmag Angler or something, I might mill myself. But at the moment, like, the chance of me just milling all my opponents like Field of the Deads or Primeval Titans or whatever is live. Was live. No longer live. Okay. Opponent is serious about this game. Chameleon Colossus. Glad I'm milling them. Those are pretty good hits off of that Ashiok. I'm not going to lie. Valakut, Dryad, Primeval Titan, and Chameleon Colossus. Show me fetch land. Alright. So let's... guess I'm just bottoming both of these. Because, like, I want to pretty well 100% fetch and shock with this polluted delta here. So anything that doesn't go along with that game plan, like, really doesn't matter here. So I know my opponent's hand is 2 packs Teleria West, Radiant Fountain that they picked up last turn, and 2 unknowns. Do they find themselves a Titan? Or is this like a Turn Timber symbiosis? I guess it is Titan mana. Alright. Titan is significantly less scary when it can't do Titan things. Ooh, that's a good one. So if our opponent doesn't block, they die. If they do block, we kill Titan. Haha. Imagine playing Colossal Dreadmaw. I mean, it is the best card in Limited that's been printed in the last 15 years, so... Colossal Dreadmaw, I mean, not Primeval Titan. I'm assuming everybody knew that, though. Alright, what do we got for this round? So far in these matchups, or these matches we've had today, 4-color has felt better than Grixis. I don't know if that's necessarily representative of Modern at the moment, but we knew in all of our matches with 4-color, like we were going to have creatures. We're going to be able to present something on the board. But with Grixis, as we've seen, even with the Serum Visions and the Ops, we've had a lot of games where we've just been like kind of spinning wheels a bit, looking for a threat. Let's see. I guess I do need to update the deck list. This was kind of like an on a whim thing to play Grixis, so might go back to 4-color after this league. Do you prefer Serum Visions over Opt, or did you just want to try this? So, Serum Visions is better when you're looking for something specific. So, in the case of Grixis, more often than not, you're looking for like a threat, and you're wanting to proactively find one. And in those situations, Grixis is better. Or not Grixis is better. Serum Visions is better. If you don't have a specific goal in mind, then being able to hold up Opt is a little bit better. Alright. Meant Serum Visions Opt over Mishra's Ball. Got it. So this list is what we call our circa 2017 list. And the reason for that is we're playing a lot of cards that were really popular in 2017. But the deck is designed to not be a turbo Gurmag Angler deck. It's designed to play out to the combo aspect of Shadow a bit more. Oh, hey, it's bad taxes that we always lose to. Yeah, it is. When does this get their card back? When it leaves? Leaves the battlefield. How come, like, none of the new effects for this are when it dies? It's always when it leaves. Flicker it, get your card. Chump blocks, gets their card. Like, no. Make it so it dies. Yorion. Sure. So their hand is Batterskull Yorion that we know about. Our hand is not good. I mean, what are the odds that they drew like a path to exile? 200%? 300%? Like, am I blocking Watcher for fear that this card under here is a path to exile? Arbiter, sure. So their hand is Batterskull Yorion. Hand is no longer Batterskull Yorion. I guess their hand still is Batterskull Yorion, isn't it? Yeah, let's just go ahead and snap push this giver before things get out of hand. And I'll crack in. Like, I'm giving my opponent a draw step to draw like a path to exile here or something to get get the blocker out of the way, but if they don't, they don't. All right, show me the Orion. Where they drew the path to exile. What did thou draw? Is that 3 copies of Giver runes in the top 14? So I can attack with both Gurmags, and they have to block at least one. Oh, this is great for me if you make this block. No, no, go back to the other block. Get rid of both of them. It's fine. Opponent chooses not to make the really great for us block. I guess on the... Never mind. I was going to say, I guess on the bright side, this means that their Yorion gets like no value. But when their last threat is a flying attacker, not a whole lot we can do. Alright, see what happens. Alright. What do I think of Threads of Disloyalty? I think it's the new spicy sideboard card people are wanting to try, and if that's the case, by all means, give it a shot. I'm not sold on it, but when I played it, I wasn't really expecting a lot out of it, but it was cool. I don't think it did anything for me in any of my matchups with it. I think I'm just going to take Thalia. Am I taking Thalia? Yeah, let's just take Thalia. Did you draw it though? I honestly can't remember if I drew it or not. I think I only brought it in like once. That's about right. If our opponent could see like a few less Giver of Runes, that would be great. But it seems like they're pretty adept at drawing them. It's just like the statistical likelihood of drawing a 1-drop in your 80 card deck in the one turn that you need to draw a 1-drop is fairly low. Not zero, but low. I guess I could leave K command. Looks like my opponent's game plan of strip mine themselves out of the game is coming along nicely. Our game plan of not having any lands left. What did we search that last time with? So I do have basic island. That's it. Alright. I was so sure that was about to be another Giver of Runes. Alright, deck. Really? You're going to give me the out of Teamer Battle Rage. Got it. It's not in my deck, but now I'm not an expert on statistics, but I believe for 5 of our draws we've hit lands. Maybe I should play Field of the Dead. Maybe I should. I am good at making land drops. There's a reason that every time I play Jund, I want to play Tireless Tracker. It's like Tireless Tracker for me is just phenomenal. Alright. What are the odds their last card off this Watcher is a Path to Exile? Nope. Cool. But I've always said that I'd be probably the best Uro player out there because I would have 0 games where my Field of the Deads wouldn't be online. Except I'd somehow manage to like draw all of the lands that weren't Field of the Dead and never see like Hour of Promise. Alright, hand's pretty good. Looking for Hand Disruption. Don't think I really want either of these. Like I'm pretty covered on those fronts. Just going to go ahead and Fatal Push now because my opponent's playing Spell Queller. See if I get messed up by Arbiter plus Ghost Quarter here. What did they get off of this? Maul of the Skyclaves. Do we just play out the Shadow here and like let them maul and hit us? I don't hate it. Because like if they path, that's kind of fine for us. No, I guess we can afford to like not play into path here. No, let's just play out the Shadow. It's like our opponent's mana screwed, so basically anything they put off of, or put in off of this Stoneforge, we don't really care about. If they put in Maul, that's fine. If they Path or like Winds of Abandon or something, that's fine. Auriok Champions, I guess, is annoying. I don't know what to play in tomorrow's challenge. Same. Leaning towards 4-color at the moment, but we'll see. Opponent takes the daring choice to not attack. Amplum Colossus Hammer is a good deck. I mean, I guess. I also played that league I played you. I played against the Colossal Hammer deck multiple times, and I did not expect to see it multiple times there. Go ahead and Fatal Push for the same reason as before. Like they do play Spell Queller. The blue-black rogue deck is surprisingly good against Shadow, maybe. That is how 5-0'd the prelims paired against decks where push is good. Yeah, but it's so hit or miss. Like, I feel like I run into more decks where push isn't good Then I run into decks where push is good. Come on, opponent, just maul up and swing. Opponent thinks for a second I'm not taking down this Teferi. They're kidding themselves. Do I want to just fetch a basic? I guess I do have K command. So that's worth considering. Alright. We now have a blocker for Auriok champion, so that's a thing. Connor Man, how's it going? Enjoyed the stream the other night. Alright. Opponent, we're going to try to get you dead one way or the other. How's Chandler doing? So we played it in our first league and saw it in one match. Ended up being pretty good. Then we swapped over to Grixis for this league, so we're not playing it in this one. And then after this one, we're probably going to go back to 4-color. Oh, be the Spell Queller. Be the Spell Queller. Yes. Exile that. Kill that. Yeah, opponent, you didn't see Go for the Throat coming, did you? This did, in fact, work out. I am pleasantly surprised with that exchange of ideas. Alright, what do we got? I have 0 ways in my 75 to get Auriok champion off of the board. So, this is interesting. This gives +2/+2. Yep. No Plague Engineers in the 75 in this one. Flicker Wisp, you say? Nope. Would you like to flicker? Watcher. Okay. Let's get the card off that. You get to replay Watcher. And unless we draw a removal spell, we're dead to Flicker Wisp. Uh, no TBRs in the deck after board. I don't know why opponent blocked with the Flicker Wisp, especially on the token. Are they going for the Maul? That was basically a TBR. Yeah, it's red. Did you see the new TBRs? Got the promo ones in now. Opened one out of a chest. I didn't even know that they existed, so I had to go upgrade all of my TBRs. Another Skyclave apparition. All right. Like, oh, opponent, look over there. It's a it's a good blue-white taxes deck. All right. Here's that TBR we didn't know we had in the deck. Quick, opponent, look, it's Palace Jailer in Modern. So we could pass the turn. Our opponent plays Maul, attacks with Auriok Champion. We K command, kill the Skyclave apparition, blow up the Maul, block the illusion token on the Auriok Champion. Yeah, K command, blow up the Maul. No fly. No fly at all. Can you see my eyebrows doing the eyebrow thing? Destroy an artifact. 2 damage here. We did the thing. Something good. Hmm. Like, imagine we get to make the blowout play, and all we need is to top deck a live card there. And our deck's like, nope. And then they get a Flicker Wisp. The magic gods are not pleased with our move from 4-color to Grixis. Show the TBR. Boom. Promo TBRs. Ha 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 ha. Dreg Boy, how many lands am I playing at the moment? 18 in this list. 17 in the bauble lists. Also, Bench, I don't know if you were here earlier. Last league with 4-color, we got our revenge on Aspiring Spike playing Bant Ephemerate Control. We took it down 2-1, including winning game 3 on a mold of 5. Then we went over to his channel and rubbed it in his face. Didn't actually rub it in his face, but I wanted to. Nope. Gonna say no on this one as well. Think we can do better. It's not great. Alright. Come on, Fatal Push. I need you to be alive. This looks live. Humans. Whoa. Is this another taxes deck? Flooding so often is so unlikely. It's not the highest likelihood scenario. You're correct. X2 bracket the budget humans. With weathered weight. I didn't even know this thing was a human. It's kind of a spicy one. If it were an actual humans, you just like get to go get all your canopy lands. Oh, is this what's that stupid card? The bird that goes and gets other birds. Um Crap. Whole deck got banned because of it. Whole archetype. You know what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that thing. Squadron Hawk. Bird that gets other birds. It's good old martyr proc. Who was it that said the X2 bracket? The X2 bracket. See, Steven, Wade, hear me out. What if we played a card that helps sculpt our draws and avoid flooding like that? You mean maybe something that would like let us, I don't know, draw a couple cards and maybe discard some of the things that weren't so good for us, like some lands. Maybe loot them away in a faithless fashion. I don't know what you would call such a card. Did you get to play the Mongoose deck? I played it the other day in a league off stream, and it was horrible. It was really, really bad. Mongoose was so good. Oh my god. About these lands, though. Bird tribal. Seems that way, doesn't it? Mono chump blockers. Sure. So if our next two draws are Death Shadow, Battle Rage, we've got a chance. I miss Faithless Looting as well. Like, that card was always fantastic. Then some Dredge players and disgusting combo players, Arclight Phoenix players had to come around and say, like, yeah, here you go. This card's fine. I didn't even see if they got Squadron Hawks off of their Squadron Hawk. Should have checked that. So they did. So they have two Squadron Hawks and an unknown in hand. Hey man, Grishelbrand wasn't that good. So, story of my my tournament life against Grishelbrand. Playing top 8 of some PBTQ. They draw another path. God. I do have basics, don't I? So playing top 8 of some PTQ. We're just going to scoop to that. Third tries the charm on the story. Top 8 of PBTQ. I know I'm playing against Grishelbrand the first round of top 8. And game 1, I have a hand of like Thoughtseize, Shadows, Stubborn Denial, a couple fetch lands, and just like blow him out of the water. Game 2, I've got a hand that's almost the exact same thing. Like Shadow, Thoughtseize, Stubborn Denial, couple fetch lands, Battle Rage, something like that. Nuts hand. And my opponent looks at his hand for a second and just goes, well, I didn't register this deck to not keep it. And I'm like, shit. Simian Spirit Guide, Faithless Looting, Draw, Ditch, Grizzlebrand, something else, Basic Swamp, Spirit Guide, Goria's Vengeance, draw 7, Nourishing Shoal. And by the time it gets to like the second draw 7, I've just taken out like a notebook and written F6 in big bold letters on it and like slid it across the middle of the table. And it was like, all right, you got it. And so he kills me turn 1 before I got to do anything that game. And then game 3, I Thoughtseize and Stubborn Denial him, and he dies. But game 1 or game 2 is pretty funny there. So let's see. What do I want to do against mono white? Stub's not the greatest. I feel like I need to keep in a Battle Rage. I don't want to overboard because like this is a matchup that we could very easily overboard and get like super punished for it. I just want to make sure I can answer things like what's the one drop 5/5 if they have 20 whatever 30 or more life. Things like that I just want to have answers for. What's the name of that card in the deck you never play against? That's how easy it is to remember card names in this game. Shadow. Dang. That'd have been sweet. I don't think Neo Brand still exists. Or Neo Brand, yes. Grishel Brand, no. Or Gorya's Vengeance Crystal Brand. Alright, we flipped over what? Bloodstained Mire Gurmag Angler, sure. Inquisition's pretty good. Kind of depends on if we want to go Gurmag Angler or Inquisition. Yeah, let's just go Inquisition. It's like there's a chance we could still play Gurmag Angler, but it kind of depends. Surgical Extraction. Surgical Extraction or Gurmag Angler. I kind of want my Gurmag Angler. And they have the Path and Winds of Abandon. This is this is a play that my opponent has made. A legal magic play. Their hand does buy a bit of time. I will give them that one. Especially because I kind of need to get this Winds of Abandon out of hand. See if they just go for the win or the Squadron Hawk beatdown plan. So now we get to turn off auto yields. I think opponent's giving a little too much respect for Battle Rage here against the Path to Exile Winds of Abandon deck. I missed the Martyr proc, brings in Surgical Extraction against Death Shadow, Bingo Square. You got to keep up with those. They'll catch you off guard uh, if you're not on top of your game. It's a pretty good draw, right? If opponent thinks for half of a second I'm not willing to fetch, shock, and dismember here, they are very, very wrong. What is this going to be for? Martyr of Sands. Alright. Getting a tapped blood crypt. No. The lands. The lands. What's the opponent gonna do? Tack us on the crackback? Psh. Get out of here. Oh man. Respect for the no block on the Snapcaster. So opponent cannot martyr, play out double hawk, and hold up martyr activation. And if they want to just gain 9 life or 12 life or whatever, that's fine. Like ultimately that doesn't really do anything. What did I miss? Nick's Not Nice contributed 1,310 points to the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. Steven also contributed 18,000 points to the Shadow Watch challenge. Does that put us over 75% yet? This definitely doesn't update right away. Mod had to flex on me. Yes, Steven, why you gotta do that? WTF, man. Alright, so let's Blood Chief's Thirst to Squadron Hawk. It's like we know he's gonna sack the Martyr anyway, so there's not really a reason to target the Martyr. Who did my emotes? Good question. I'm actually gonna link her information on my page, and I need to do that. We might do that after this game or after this match. But it's my friend Jill that I went to high school with. Um, she works in like graphic design. Really, really talented, and she's got some awesome stuff. And I told her I was gonna link her information on my page. Opponent, just die, please. Did you ever connect with that Magic personality who wanted to come on to stream, the one from Inside? Yeah, still working out details. But I'm pretty excited to do that one as well. Opponent, I need you to just stop trying here. Just let me end this game. They revealed Hawk, so their hand is double Hawk. And they are dead. They have to play out double Hawk or they're dead. Let's see. Let's get Jill's Instagram page up. Need to go to Instagram. But I'll kind of show off a little bit of her stuff on stream. Let's find it. Show it off as soon as this game is over. Something. Something better than that. So, Squadron Hawks are down. YOLO. Not doing anything else with this Thoughtseize. Ha! Got him. We got the turn 8 hit with the Thoughtseize. Easy. Alright, on to game 3. So let's pull up her page. Alright. This is her Instagram. Most everything you see on here is like hand drawn. She is very, very talented. Pretty good. Pretty good. And I told her I'd link her Instagram, so like all this is absolutely public, and it's going to be linked after this match, which she does a lot of commission work. So Luke Skywalker action. So there you go. We'll link her information after this game. The Gurmy art she did is just great. Yeah, like I said, everything that she's done has been fantastic, and I absolutely plan on commissioning her to do all of our future emotes. Alright, it's not the greatest hand, but I think we're going to keep it. Put Basic Island back in the deck because against the Path to Exile, Winds of Abandon, Field of Ruin deck, I want as many basics back in my my library as I can afford. Yeah, her art style is very, very fitting. We'll cycle just in case. Like if I know I'm casting this Serum Visions, then cycling first is fine. So opponent's got some large number of Squadron Hawks incoming. 2, so they likely have the 3rd in their hand. Go away. Huh. I really don't want to play out Gurmag Angler. We milled over our second Watery Grave, which is a little awkward. It means that if we want to play out Gurmag Angler this turn, we have to fetch up basic Swamp, which is pretty bad in the face of Path to Exile and Winds of Abandon. Guild till end step. Alright. Are we not yielding till end step? Yield until next end step. Maybe we're not maybe we're glad that it's not auto yielding here. Was not expecting a target for stubborn denial. What do we think about snap push this turn and then snap stub for removal spell next turn? I think I'm kind of okay with that. Helps at least get something out onto the board. Ranger Captain. We got to respond to that with Snap Push. Because if we cast Snapcaster after Ranger Captain resolves, he can sack the Ranger Captain to prevent us from being able to push. So I'm guessing it's Martyr, like 3 Squadron Hawks, and another land. It's got the Saris in it too. You don't say. So let's think. If we take Martyr of Sands, I think we can pretty well keep this this Sarah Ascendant from growing. But if we take Sarah Ascendant, the Martyr of Sands can pop, but like we don't really care about the life gain. So whether we're taking the payoff or the engine. The Saracen is just uh, another creature that can attack. I think I got to take the Saracen. Plan on doing any Commander Legends drafts? Probably not. Not a huge fan of limited Commander in general. At least to me, it doesn't seem like it's that appealing. But I could be wrong. Stoneforge Mystic's a pretty good one for them. Sword of Fire and Ice. Alright. Man, how much better would we be at this game if we could draw like non-land spells? Alright, what are the odds that our opponent goes to hard cast sword? Apparently not very good. Alright, let's think. I believe that I have to snap serum, draw into an answer anyway. It's like if that doesn't hit, nothing else really matters. Nope. Ugh. Bunch of tire spinning. 1-3. Let's get out of this one. Go back to 4-color. Martyr proc. Did Martyr proc become a thing again? Still don't know if Apostle's Blessing is really where I want to be. Like, I think the card's alright, but I never think it's great. But the only way we're ever going to find out is to try it. It's a little 3-league day, so. We played the Mario Gomes list back on what? Tuesday? Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that. But I'm not planning on playing that list for the challenge tomorrow, so I don't want to spend time today playing it if I don't plan on playing it tomorrow. Do the Uro one. Like the 4-color list with an Uro. People are going to think it's a meme till it works. All right. Best deck for tomorrow is to play Legacy. I don't know if I'd go that far. It's just Oh, I love these. Like, what are we gonna do against the mono removal opponent? I guess the thing I never understand about the people that play lists like this um, is like you do understand that there's a very large number of decks in constructed modern that you literally can't beat, right? Like this deck literally cannot beat Oops All Spells or Charbelcher or Uro or anything to that extent because you're just playing a bunch of cards that like literally don't do anything in any of those matchups. And it seems like the goal is to beat, I don't know, Prowess or um, Rakdos Shadow. Yeah, or Field of the Dead. Like you're aiming at such a very, very small portion of modern. And like we're gonna be out here getting punished because we can't find a third land to hold up Stubborn Denial. They draw and they drew a path. Okay. Those metal art cards are fantastic. This thing does look pretty sweet, doesn't it? Yeah, like I just have no idea what our opponent is actually trying to accomplish here. Like I'm sure there's a Croxa in here or something that they're gonna play eventually and might even win the game because of it. Who knows? But like if we don't find a land for Stub, we're not really doing anything. You got it. Spyro Beats, probably. But like registering this for an actual event, I just have to wonder like what what is the game plan? Just Skyclave Apparition? Is that what this is? Nahiri, something like that. Remember that time we had 7 draw steps to see a third land to stop all of this? Uh, Like, I think the part that's unfortunate about this is not that, like, we might or probably will end up losing this game. It's that our opponent is going to believe that what they're doing is good. Like, they're going to go back and say, oh, yeah, I 3-2'd with this deck or something, and it's fantastic, beats everything. And we're going to have to sit here knowing that that shouldn't be the case. Man, my deck worked. Exactly. Like, I want a better Magic community. And the way we have a better Magic community is to have open and honest discussion. And my open and honest opinion is that Mardu is bad in Modern. So, like, if opponent finds joy out of playing their deck, and I guess that's where you kind of have to lean one way or the other. Like, if my opponent enjoys playing their deck and it it brings them happiness they can't find elsewhere, then power to them. Hope it works out. Good on you. But if my opponent is playing the deck because they believe that it's going to win them games consistently, then they're pretty severely mistaken. You're just going to play Mardu Shadow? If your Mardu Shadow deck is playing Nahiris and uh, Dreadbores, then you might want to reconsider. But Polluted Delta. All right. These are these are Magic cards. Yeah, exactly. Like if they're okay losing with it, power to them. Uh, I'm not going to like say that they shouldn't play Magic that way because it ultimately just comes down to personal preference. And if that's where they get their preference, go right ahead, no issue. Um, but like my whole purpose of streaming and playing these games on camera is I want to get a feel for where Modern's at to help better prepare myself and other Shadow players for competitive environments, like whether that be challenges or mocks, PPTQ, paper events, whatever. And if I'm playing against a deck that is not represented in the meta, or in their case, does not have any sort of significant game against things that are represented in the meta, then I feel like I'm not doing my job as a content creator. And I don't want to let down the people who are watching this for specific games or before specific matchups or anything like that because they have to watch like us sit here against the 15 removal spell deck that doesn't actually do anything. I mean, Moto is kind of a lawless wasteland. You see some real piles of cards go 5-0 because of blindside. Right. Like, you're going to have decks that are able to run hot for a league in 5-0, and that's not uncommon at all. Or just run into a specific set of matchups, whatever. Yeah, we definitely are the 15 removal spell deck here. Eli Silva, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us for a bit. Oh, Corset Cube is coming up. Is that a thing? Like, I wonder how many basics they're actually running. What point do we start trying to strip mine? Zar Cataracts. No idea if I'm saying that right, but thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon as well, wherever you are at in the world. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. Let's see. The ones that win fast by TBR are the ones that grind a bit and the ones that dirtle around into death. That does pretty well encompass all of the shadow options. Alright. Architera is the nickname in Sweden I'm from. I would not have guessed Architera from that. I was 100% going with Cataracts. But thank you for the correction. Greatly appreciate it. Nick's Not Nice coming in with the Tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Subscribers. Enjoy some of these fantastic emotes that we've got, courtesy of my artist friend that we meant to link after that match, but somehow I forgot to. So let's throw some of those in the chat. Subscribers, I love it. I thought it was pretty good. We couldn't decide what we were going to call ourselves for a while, and we're like, hey, why not Subscribers? My in-laws live in Sweden. One's a nurse, the other's a teacher. I hear Sweden and like the Balkan Peninsula is really good for a lot of those public jobs, teachers, things like that. But if I am incorrect, please correct me. But I believe that is what I have heard. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do it. No. No. Opponent, have a heart. But yeah, like in the U.S., teaching is a career that varies depending on like where you're at. Um, and what I mean by that is teachers in various parts of the country make wildly different amounts than one another. Is this double bolt for lethal? Oh no, just Damnation Blood Chief's Thirst. Oof. I can't believe opponent would get rid of our Wraith like that. They also have no idea how prepared I am for Alright, this is something. We can traverse for a Luris. Play Luris plus get back Tarmogoyf. We know they've got a Blood Chief's Thirst. So at the very least, they've got one of these covered. I assume they've got more removal than that. But if they just like Blood Chief's Thirst the Luris, at least we have a clock. Yep. Blood Moon, sure. Alright, 3-turn clock. We can't cast 2 of our 4 cards here. They top deck a Lightning Bolt. They top deck a Nahiri. Alright, Shadow off the top. Shadow. Not a shadow. They're drawing a Path to Exile. Alright, pretty dead. That could get a shadow, but they would have to like ditch this path to the Nahiri. Did they? They did. They ditched the path. We might have a chance. Oh man, it's one draw to whatever they got. Give me a shadow. So they've got a draw for turn and a redraw off of Nahiri. Step 1 complete. Come on. Come on. Have they shown any creatures that I missed? No. Because we see Nahiri, I'm assuming that they're on Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. And they're just like trying to play Mardu control and finish with Nahiri plus Emrakul. But we have not seen any other creatures. Haven't seen Kroxa, Seasoned Pyromancer, anything like that. So, who knows? Sounds like a real pile of doo-doo. That's kind of what we went over. That's why I said that Mardu I don't think is great in Modern. I think there's too many decks that you just can't do anything against. And if you have a matchup like, or a match like that, or that game that just happened, and your 15 removal spell deck can't beat the kind of deck it's kind of designed to beat, then what's the purpose of playing it? Mardu, aka Run from Tron. I believe it's Mardu, aka Greatness at Any Cost. Because if you're playing Mardu and you're not flipping over Emrakuls to Dark Confidants, are you even living? Like, what are you doing with your life? Play Ashiok? I don't really want to play Ashiok just for, like, Nahiri. That's a magic card. Stephen, our savior, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you for coming by and hanging out with us for a bit. Is this Stoneforge Mystic? Sure. Yeah, like Seasoned Pyromancer is actually something that would be greatly upgraded in this deck, or in their deck. All right. I do want to Fatal Push this Stoneforge. Now I have to start being a little bit careful here because I don't want to get my basics too aggressively, but we are kind of in the Blood Moon turns here. So like I could play a basic or get a basic swamp, play Tarmogoyf. I could get Blood Crypt, play Magmatic Channeler. I could pass holding up Decay. I could Thoughtseize and turn on Traverse. I can Thoughtseize plus hold up Stub. That's probably my best line. So our opponent has currently got no black mana. So let's take Stoneforge, pass with Polluted Delta. So if they go basic Mountain Blood Moon, yeah, I get to Stubborn Denial this. Let's see. Don't think it really matters. So there's Blood Moon, basic Mountain gone. Alright, so I want to see if he drew or he's drawing into a black source, which he is. So let's think. I could Traverse for a Shadow. Could Traverse for a Shadow, Traverse for a third land. I could just play out Tarmogoyf and pass. Know about Damnation, but he only currently has one black source. Traverse does make Chandler a 4/4, but I'm assuming he's going to go Marsh Flats, Inquisition, Sword of Light, and Shadow next turn. So if he does that, what's my best play against that? Like, what do I not, or what do I want to keep against Inquisition? Like, I feel like Magmatic Channeler is my best threat right here. So if I go Traverse for a fetch land, Fetch Shock Blood Crypt, play Magmatic Channeler, He Inquisitions, takes the Abrupt Decay, plays the sword. And then I get to untap with Channeler. And I feel like that's the best place to be. It's like it's a 4/4 if I need a 4/4. If he drew exactly Blood Moon, I get really punished. Because then he can go fetch basic swamp, Inquisition, Blood Moon. Like, saying they can't beat Goyf is discounting the fact that we've seen they're running Fatal Push, Path, multiple Blood Chief's Thirst, Dreadbore. Like, they can very easily beat Goyf. Magmatic Channeler is kind of uh, our card advantage option here. Like, if we draw gas, Magmatic Channeler can attack. If we don't draw gas, Magmatic Channeler can potentially find us something better. So playing out this Bloodstained Mire because it can get our basic swamp. They draw Nahiri as one of their two unknowns. Smiting Helix. Target us. Okay. Interesting. I guess they're going for the burn us out plan. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and cast this. Alright. So the hope is that they don't have, like, Helix plus Lightning Bolt. But they do have Damnation now. But are choosing to Helix instead. So their draws were Helix Bolt. Alright. Alright. That was something. What is opponent on? Mardu removal, I guess. Yeah, Stoneforge was in there, but I don't know if I would necessarily call them a Stoneforge deck, because they were just using Stoneforge as like a one card combo with itself. Mardu Trade Binder. Usually when I think Mardu Trade Binder, I think of like Mardu with what's that card? Kaya's Guile and Lightning Skelemental. Those things. All right. So the bauble there. Play the bauble after Monastery Swiftspear. Agree completely. Crack the bauble. Hard disagree. There is, unless you're running like mutagenic growth and you're afraid your opponent has lightning bolt, there is zero reason and zero advantage whatsoever to crack the Mishra's bauble on your turn, and nothing but downside if you happen to be running into like a Thoughtseize Inquisition deck. So remember that when that situation comes up. Like, you're not going to be able to cast that card on your opponent's turn, and unless you're running mutagenic growth and you're afraid they have lightning bolt, that extra card does literal nothing on your opponent's turn. But if they happen to be a Thoughtseize Inquisition deck, then you've just drawn another potential target for one of those spells. It's kind of what I always say about shadow decks in general. Like, just because you have the ability to make a play doesn't mean you need to make that play. Like, my opponent had the ability to crack Mishra's Bauble, doesn't mean they needed to crack Mishra's Bauble. Cycle, just in case I hit like Fatal Push, I might want to cast. Probably not, but opponent's also kept a one lander. I assume they've got like Fatal Push. That's why I don't win too much. Gotta take those game actions. I appreciate people wanting to take the game actions, but just doesn't always mean that it's the right thing to do. Everybody tell our opponent thank you for growing our Tarmogoyf for us. If they want to attack in, like, I'm snapping off the block. So even if they want to trade like Swift Spear plus Bolt for Tarmogoyf, I'm okay with that. Let's see. Unplay in the Dark, Keeper Mole, Shadow Stub, Scour, Angler, Thoughtseize, 2 Street Wraith. I ship it. One land and you would keep it. If that Street Wraith could help draw you into a second one. But one land, or no lands, I'm mulliganing. Oh, opponent didn't think we'd didn't think we would block there. It's a full art TBR, indeed. So they do have Scourge, they have Shadow. They did have the Lightning Bolt and didn't fire it off. which is kind of surprising. Like, I think that should have been a pretty easy snap off. Alright. Opponent's got Battle Rage, or double Battle Rage, Lightning Bolt, Death Shadow. And if they want to bolt themselves in the face to turn on this Death Shadow, we're pretty good with that too. Thoughtseize. Sure. What would you like to take? Jealous I sold out of Shadow? Never too late to get back on the Shadow train. Take Luris. You got it. So I think I'm going to hit our opponent's Mishra's Bauble. Pretty alright series of draws there. Swipe us a Shadow. And say go. So opponent's hand is Battle Rage, Lightning Bolt, Unknown. And if they crack that Mishra's Bauble, then we get to put them down to 1. Alright. Drawing something good. Drawing pretty good from there. But yeah, opponent kind of drew themselves out of live plays because they just dumped everything into those first couple of turns. And again, I just don't think they needed to. Yeah. Hand's fine. Artifact, land, sorcery, creature. Marshmallovsky has followed. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out with us. Gus coming in with a third month of Tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday afternoon. Don't know if you're planning to go to the shop or anything today, but if you do, I will likely see you there. I think we're just taking Inquisition. No. Let's take Scourge. Got the biggest thing available. And hoping our opponent doesn't have a land on top. which they do not. Let's see, just playing some SWTOR. Oh, that's the Star Wars game, right? Thinking about going up there for drafts. Not as into the Commander drafts, but the others seem cool. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm not really that interested in like the Commander stuff, but the other drafts I think would be fine. Star Wars: The Old Republic, right? Got there. Let's see. So yeah, let's just play out Tarmogoyf because our opponent kills Tarmogoyf. We get to traverse for another threat next turn. If they don't kill Tarmogoyf, then we get a Tarmogoyf. So this is probably going to be like Inquisition and attack or something like that. I can't imagine this is going to be bolt yourself, play a shadow. What would you like? Take stub, you got it. Now if opponent attacks with both, I'm snapping off the block on the Bomat Courier. If they do not attack with both and only attack with like the Swift Spear, I'm probably still blocking because they're trading Swift Spear and Lightning Bolt for Tarmogoyf, and I just get to untap and like traverse for a shadow, something like that. So they're not really pulling ahead in any meaningful way. How'd the Grixis League go? Bad. Like 1-3 or something like that. Alright. So I would like to traverse now because my opponent's got Cling to Dust in hand. So if I wait on traverse, they might have some way to take me off of a Delirium. So I think I'm actually going to crack both of my traverses now. Or not crack, but use both of them. So just get Overgrown Tomb, play second traverse. I think I want to just get a Lurrus with this one. Kind of like plan for my opponent to be able to deal with some of my stuff. What are you playing the challenge tomorrow? Probably gonna play 4-color. It's felt a little bit better through these leagues, a little more consistent. God, I gotta stop switching decks between leagues. All right, channel's back to being right. So we know they've got Cling to Dust and some unknowns. One less unknown. Stop cracking the Mishra's Bauble on your turn. It's doing nothing for you. Ugh. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's just like attack Tarmogoyf Assassin's Trophy. Or is it trophy first, attack, play Tarmogoyf? Before they cling a Goyf. Would be nice, wouldn't it? So I think I'm going to trophy first. Because if my opponent has got like Apostle's Blessing or something here, I might not want to attack. But because they do not, I will take my attack here, play Tarmogoyf. So we're dead to double bolt, but they've already used a bolt. I don't know why they would hold on to Cling to Dust there. Like, that Cling is not getting better for you on your turn. So there's like no reason not to cycle it into turn. Alright. Nice little win over some Rakdos Shadow. Oh, actually, before we start this next one, I need to update the page with Jill's information. If I can remember where that link is. So let's see. Twitch. Let's go to channel. Wrong page. Creator dashboard. Somewhere over here. I forgot where everything is. Could have sworn this is where it was. It's just not where it is. Oh, there we go. Alright, so links. Where is the edit button? That clearly says edit. Why do you not want to let me edit? I'm going to have to find this out on another time. Another time, another place. Looks like it. Oh well. On to the next game. Don't want to have people sitting here having to watch me try to struggle through figuring out the links. Maybe I can update it from my phone. I'll be slowly but surely working on that. Maybe I can. Let's see. Let's go here, here, edit. Nope. No, no. I swear I saw the page I was supposed to edit it from like earlier today, and I'm just completely blind now. Let's see. Which shadow deck do you enjoy the best? Tough one. Probably when it's running hot, I think Grixis. When it's not running hot, probably 4-color. Or when it's like an average day, probably 4-color. And when I'm wanting to play something off the radar, um, what's my favorite off the radar? Don't really know. Jund, probably. Not really a fan of the Rakdos Shadow decks. Alright, Fatal Push is a pretty good draw. Alright. I just want to navigate these first couple of turns in a way that I'm not like stone dead to something like Blood Moon. But I'm not setting my Shadow up to just get like double bolted. Cling to Dust. I'll take Cling. Inquisition's good. No, I'm playing against the mono red 1-drop deck. 1-drop plus like Bone Crusher and some things like that. Mono red Obashi. It's just a stomp at my face. You got it. Double Flame Slash, Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart. So let's take a Flame Slash. So this is kind of what I was talking about. I could play out the Shadow. My opponent could go to Lightning Bolt it or Flame Slash it. I cycle the Street Wraith to keep it alive. And they have to use up 2 of their 3 burn spells and their whole turn to get Shadow off the board. The problem is after that I have like nothing else going on. But if I let my opponent cast this Bone Crusher and I fetch shock, Fatal Push the Bone Crusher, untap, play Shadow with Street Wraith up, then I can potentially get through like all of the cards in my opponent's hand. And my experience in which number is bigger than the other number says that if I have the option to get all of the things out of my opponent's hand versus some of the things out of my opponent's hand, the all option is usually a bit better. See, like my opponent might be thinking, oh, well, I've got 3 burn spells to potentially kill the Shadow. So some number of these should let me end it. Now we got to think about how Soulscar Mage changes this. If I Stubborn Denial the Flame Slash, then my opponent needs to spend like a Lightning Bolt trying to get my Shadow off the board. And if I can get them to Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart, Flashback Lava Dart, and respond to the Flashback Lava Dart with Street Wraith, then I get all of the burn spells out of my opponent's hand for 2 life. If I respond to this Flame Slash with Dismember, I go to 4. I'm dead to the burn spells in hand. I think it's just stub this. And I really want my opponent to use like all of their burn spells on this shadow. Doesn't look like they're going to be nice enough to do that. Fatal Push is a pretty good draw. Lightning Bolt the Shadow. Alright, I'll let them have that. Cling to Dust is a little bit awkward now, because if I gain the life off Cling, then I'm just uh, giving my opponent an opportunity to pick off this shadow. Alright, so Blast Zone pretty well means that the shadow's not going to matter anyway. Luris isn't bad. Alright, so we got to start thinking about what these last couple cards it could be, or could be, that could really punish us. Wouldn't mind seeing my opponent just like put Obosh in their hand. Alright. Hmm. Like, I want to attack with the shadow where I can, because at any given turn, my opponent could just untap and say, like, alright, I'm going to crack Blast Zone, and shadow doesn't matter. Shadow's got counters on it from a Lightning Bolt when my opponent had a Soul Scar Mage out. But if this is Obosh, this is really good for us. We might get to like bait our opponent into a bad attack here. Which kind of looks like that's what's going to happen. Nope. Opponent wisely recognizes this is not an attack into open mana that they should be making. They could flashback Lava Dart here, which would be pretty good. Like, flashing back Lava Dart does put us in range to die to, like, Lightning Bolt. Flashback Lava Dart on Tarmogoyf. Sure. It's a pretty good draw. So again, attacking him with Shadow because if our opponent has anything to deal with, or to potentially deal lethal, then this Blast Zone just like takes Shadow out of the equation completely. Well, I know what card in hand we're not casting. Alright, so I'm going to attack with... Let's think about this. If I attack with these two and my opponent goes, put a counter on Blast Zone, untap, that would be pretty rough for me. I could attack with just Tarmogoyf. No, I need to attack with both. Like, I need to put pressure on my opponent to potentially end this game pretty quickly. So yeah, put the counter on the Blast Zone, sure. Now, if they crack the Blast Zone, they can't also attack for lethal unless they have land spell. But then we've got that covered with Fatal Push, one of their creatures, Stubborn Denial. Just going to say do this now in case we hit a removal spell. Let's get rid of you. Because I can still Fatal Push on my turn. Kill my 2-drops, sure. Fatal Push your Soul Scar. And that should be lethal. Alright, game number 2 against Mono Red Obosh. Mono Red Obashi. Aether Gust is fine. Trophies are good. Let's board out. Could just like board out these 5, just make Lurrus our companion. It's delay over better than like a Thoughtseize. Probably. Traverse gets a bit worse because they often bring in things like 4 copies of Relic of Progenitus. Played that game beautiful. It was a pretty solid game. Not gonna lie. But it was a good game of Magic. We'll see if we can have a similarly good game for this one. Like sitting here trying to figure out how to adjust this Facebook link or Instagram link on Twitch. Yep, we'll keep it. It's also really important with this deck to form sort of a mental representation of what threats are best in what situations. Uh, Typically, uh, Tarmogoyf is going to be your best threat against like burn decks like this, or decks that are trying to win with things like Lightning Bolt. Uh, but that gets flipped a little bit when there's a chance of your opponent boarding in, like in this case, 4 copies of Relic of Progenitus. So you do need to be a little bit careful there. Alright, they're drawing into Flame Slash. I think we're taking Soul Scar. Next turn, Thoughtseize, the Seasoned Pyromancer. O-Stone, we don't really care about. Yeah, the O-Stone's kind of a new sort of tech from their deck. Or I say new tech, it's like a couple months old. Um, but it's something they threw in to start dealing with all these like mono big creature decks. But it's really not good. Alright, so Traverse does get our second basic, which is nice. And we'll just Thoughtseize away the Seasoned Pyromancer. It's like we don't really care about the O-Stone. Yep. Hit away. Alright, so I'm probably going to save this Thoughtseize in hand for Obosh. So I'm going to play out Tarmogoyf, kind of in the hopes that my opponent just spends both of their burn spells that we know about dealing with Tarmogoyf. Um, I'll take it. So Firebolt, another Seasoned Pyromancer. So let's take the Seasoned Pyromancer. Is that right? Yeah. Play out of Shadow, say go. So opponent's hand is Firebolt, Unknown. Why are they playing Oblivion Stone? What is this new trend? It was something that M. Hayashi started doing a while back. He has since stopped doing it. So you're not going to see it like anywhere. Alright. So, yeah, I'm just going to Thoughtseize away Obosh. Because if my opponent draws 5th land and plays or like holds up Oblivion Stone, I do just get to like play out another Tarmogoyf. so I don't really care about that. And if they don't draw 5th land, I can Abrupt Decay the O-Stone, which I think Abrupt Decay... Yeah, there's no instance currently, so Abrupt Decay does bring Tarmogoyf up to a 1-2. Big ol' 1-2. Why not? Not doing much else. Blast Zone, you got it. So now they have lethal between their 2 Firebolts. Now they no longer have lethal between their 2 Firebolts. It's a crazy game. Does opponent not know that Firebolt's a sorcery? Or I guess they're planning on getting some tokens off this season Pyromancer. Which is kind of funny because it looks like the way this game is going to end is they're going to die because they didn't just flashback Firebolts 2 turns in a row. It's like we're going to get a Shadow here. They're going to flashback Seasoned Pyromancer or exile it, make a couple tokens. We're going to untap, like, kill a token. Maybe kill 2 tokens, who knows. I guess they could draw a Lightning Bolt. They can kill us with exactly Lightning Bolt. Or another copy of Blast Zone. Alright. So if they Blast Zone, attack for 2. Is this Firebolt? If this is Firebolt, they die. This is so crazy. Like, I think that our opponent just hard punted away that game. Because they could have uh, flashback Firebolt 2 turns in a row and killed us. They could have cracked Blast Zone there, killed Shadow, attacked for 2, untapped, Firebolt kill us. They could have made 4 tokens off their 2 Seasoned Pyromancers and had a chance, but it wouldn't have been the greatest. But they chose, because they went for 2 different lines, like one that involved burn and one that involved playing to the board, they gave us outs. If they just stuck with one avenue, I think they would have won. Especially if it was just Firebolt, Firebolt. Like, I'm pretty sure the only thing that loses to is Cling to Dust. Because we don't have basic island. We can't fetch and shock. So, yeah, Cling to Dust. How big was the Shrink Goyf? It was a 1-2. So we had a 1-2 and a 5-6. We did not have lethal with just our Tarmogoyfs. It was a 2-turn clock. If it was lethal with the Tarmogoyf, then it wouldn't have been a good line to firebolt us. All right, Inquisitioning here because I can traverse for a basic land next turn. Looks like Grixis Shadow. If they stub this, especially. Spell Pierce. Well, then I am at a loss. Maybe fairies. Maybe I have no idea. Sunken Ruins. Okay. The Spell Pierce deck floating blue on their turn is a little... Take Magmatic Channeler. Alright. Double Liliana the Veil's a little rough. So it is fairies. So make a sack our shadow. Yep. Play Bitter Blossom. And we need to top deck a threat. Nope. Alright. GG's on that one for sure. If we could have top decked a threat there and at least gotten Liliana off the board, we would have had a chance. But missing the threat means we're pretty SOL. Wait, Liliana is good? Who knew? Oh. Who knew Liliana the Veil would be a good Magic card? So I'm assuming the hand disruption into Luris, or hand disruption into Tarmogoyf into Luris opener is going to be okay here. We'll see if we're right. The Polluted Delta turns on Traverse. Eliminate. Well, that's going to make our plan much worse. I guess we can Thoughtseize away the Liliana. Now, do I need to just traverse for a land? Yeah, I can traverse for a fetch land, play it out, so whenever my opponent does go to play Vendilion Click, I can kill it. If they even choose to play Click. They might not. Go for the stereotypical draw step Click, which they should not be going into or going for this into open revolt. Who'd they target? Did target us. Like, everybody always says Vendilion Click on draw step, but there are numerous other times that you can cast that card and have it be just as impactful. Something, something, just because you can cast it at this time doesn't mean that you should. EE. So I'm going to say my opponent can cast EE, but they can't cast EE and attack me with a Creeping Tar Pit. Not the most thrilling of draws. They also should take that hit and crack the EE end of turn. Because if I drew into another Tarmogoyf, like, they just give me a window. Plus the deck that is built around the idea of holding up answers should probably try to show that they're holding up an answer. But Fairies is also a really bad matchup for Shadow. So, fairies today. Fairies, Martyr Proc, Mardu, Nahiri. What else have we played against? It's been kind of off the wall. Alright, pretty good hand. Is this Sam Party? Looks pretty taxi to me. It is. Nice. Luminarch Aspirant. That is a magic card that my opponent is legally allowed to play in their deck. So playing out Tarmogoyf here instead of like Shadow plus Stub because I want to try to set up a Shadow Battle Rage attack. Walking Ballista. Huh. Mono white Heliod combo. Is that a thing? Attacking with Giver. What do we got? I'm pretty sure I'm dead here. Because regardless of which ballista I block, like they protection one of them, I block it. I guess I can still block both or both ballistas. So maybe I'm not dead. Fireblood Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out with us for a bit. If they attack all, sure, but then they have to take into account that I am representing 2 open mana. Like, if he attacks all and I have a fatal push, then the roles get reversed. Making as nonchalant of an attack as I can. Like, play the shadow first, swing, see what happens. So let's see. This gets Giver off the board. If I Battle Rage Shadow, taking 6, 8, 14, 15, 16. Well, the Battle Rage doesn't matter. Like, it's not lethal now. Wasn't going to be lethal. Yep. Like, okay, the rage didn't matter. We were dead to known information. So whether we raged or not, we were still dead. Mono white Heliod. I would love to play first. If this hand had a threat, it would be a snap keep. Fatal push on next draw step wouldn't have done it. And it didn't matter how they pumped Ballista. They would have just pumped one of them into turn. If we fatal push the one that he pumps, he responds by shooting us for 2 down to 3. Now he's got a 1-1 Ballista and a 2-2 Skyclave Apparition. Swing both. We block one. After blocks, pump the other Ballista. Shoot us for whatever amount. 2 down to 1. Hit us with the Skyclave. Or if we block the Ballista, shoot us for 2-4 damage. Hit with the Skyclave if we block the Skyclave. Ballista swing goes through, then shoot us. So removal spell doesn't save us there. Oh. God, like I want to keep it. and just hope to hit one creature, but that hand has such a high chance of just like not doing anything. Like I just can't afford to have a hand that doesn't do anything. Take a vial, draw a vial. Typical. Typical. Alright, well, let's take a Skyclave Apparition. Let's just get like another Ballista. Giant Killer. Hmm. Giant Killer indeed. Yep. So now I'm like free and clear, resolve the Giant Killer. What's this thing do? Tap stuff down. Alright. Alright, we're dead. We got it. Got it, Sam. Calm down. Oof. Rough. Rough. Alright, so after that league, still believe that 4-color was better than Grixis on the day. Even though we had like a rough league with 4-color, we had a rough league with Grixis. The rough league with 4-color felt like we were more in those games than the rough league um, with Grixis. The Grixis one, it felt like we weren't in like any of those games. So that's at least something to keep in mind as we make our decision for the challenge tomorrow. I know we always talk about it a bit, but it always feels like the floor on 4 color is significantly higher than the floor on Grixis. So, all right, who are we sending everybody over to? How about Death and Stuff? That sounds fun. Playing some Hammer Time. So if y'all want to stick around, sending everybody over to Death and Stuff, playing some modern Hammer Time. But I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out today. Thank you all so much for being a part of the part of the community. Thanks to all the new subscribers and the new followers. We'll be looking forward to going live tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time, Central Standard Time, with the Modern Challenge, and we'll see what happens. But I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Friday. Enjoy some good food, get some good sleep, and I will see you all tomorrow if you come and hang out, or next week otherwise.